right. Let's see if this causes our game to crash. We'll find out. This rough water already. Let's try that out a bit.
Bewegung, los, schneller! Jawohl.
Carry that. Let them fill the torpedoes up, and in the meantime, I'm just gonna kind of chill. Oof.
Kapitän?
Captain.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Alright. We're gonna load another one.
Bewegung, los, schneller!
Schneller.
Herr Kalol. Bewegung. Los, schneller.
Keep her going, boys. Gotta keep stocked up.
Herr Kalol. Kapitän. Herr Kalol.
Gonna wait until they get us stocked up. We need one more loaded and bow.
Bewegung. Los, schneller.
One more, one more. Tiny group of 3 to 6. See what we can figure out here. They're almost done with that torpedo. I don't know how far Kurt is. He's moved to 18. He's gonna be a while. I think once they finish this torpedo, we'll give them a break. We'll switch it up and get our radiomen on it. Or really just wait until they're a little more well rested. It's not life or death to have 40 rounds up there. So, we shall see. We shall see, we shall see, we shall see. her up just a tad, just a little bit. Let's see what we got. It's kind of annoying that it shows that group of 3 to 6. That's not anybody, that's what we already sung. Still rough. What do we have here? Fingers crossed it's not a massive convoy that I'm not prepared to deal with. U-1022 reports having sighted a group of warships. Oh, great. 263, 10 hours. Observed course is northeast and approximate speed 3 knots. Available units should attempt to intercept. 263, huh? We're heading northeast though? Only moving 3 knots though, I guess. Sure, we'll go take a peek. I'm a glutton for punishment. probably send somebody back in there to stock the rest of that. Let's carry some requires an authority skill. Oh boy. I wonder if the mod does change that stuff. No? Okay, so it's relatively the same. Good to know. Not liking this playlist. No thanks. That's supremely helpful that he has 2 people with him. That's going to take like a fraction of the time. Question is, how quickly are we going to get up there? Did you already move those? No way. No way. I think he did. What? Okay, that's supremely helpful. But you gotta grab your med kits now in case somebody gets hurt. And we're gonna just speed it up. Oh boy. What did we find? 18 knots. Get out of here. What is it, a speedboat? Or is it another sub? No, that is not a sub. Hmm. 18 knots, that is flying.
Jawohl.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, it's being chased by a sub. No way. Christina. It's flying a... Is that Norwegian? Yeah, so we can't shoot him without... Oh no. Thought that marker was for an airplane. I was about to freak out. Well, hell. Is he literally shooting him, or is he just trying to do what we're doing and investigate? Yeah. We are gonna come up this way. Good Lord. Where in the hell are they going? Definitely not headed northeast now. Suck. Twelve 72 reports having sighted a small group of merchant ships. 291. Observed course is southwest and approximate speed 8 knots. Local units should attempt to intercept. Further reports may be transmitted. 291. Oh wow. That's a ways. I think we're just gonna head for these guys, see if I can even do anything without getting killed, and then go back to the patrol. Question is, this warships is going to be a little dangerous. Oh, they're close. They are close. I think that's them over there. How are we getting bucked so hard? Definitely them, and they're heading north now, the opposite direction of us. Good lord. Question is, I don't think I'm going to be able to keep myself.
Zu Befehl.
What are they doing? Swimming in circles?
Jawohl.
Yeah, we know we're close. Are they like running now? What is going on? It's so random. They being chased? What in the hell? Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna kind of forget they were a thing,
Jawohl.
because that is just annoying. They're searching for something. Even rougher water, I see. 20 knot wind. Right. Now.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Zu Befehl.
Much water. Food probably needs topped off. Let's go ahead and stop.
Kapitän.
Listen and see if anything.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
auf Seerohrtiefe. Zu Befehl. Jawohl. Jawohl. 20 Meter.
See what, if anything, they hear. How you doing this evening, Cosmo? Hope you're having a good holiday weekend. If you're somewhere, it's a holiday weekend, I guess.
40.
Can already see that mod plugged in all these other ports. Let's go all the capitals. It's kind of cool. Pretty neat, pretty neat. It's not looking like we're gonna pick anything up.
Tanzen, anblasen.
30.
Played a little bit of Cold Waters last night, which I really like that game, but boy, the sub to surface ship combat is like so tough.
Wechseln auf Dieselmotor.
Those things pick you up so quickly and send torpedoes, depth chart, the whole nine. Just they throw the kitchen sink at you in that game quickly. The sub to sub combat's amazing, but the sub to ship combat is, it's a whole nother monster. My knowledge of the sub sim genre is not quite good enough to handle that.
Schneller, schneller.
Make sure he gets that compressor on real quick. Excuse me. Perfect. They definitely made this UBE mod creates a lot more ship traffic in different areas than it does in just the base game as it stands right now. Like you run into these random little ships like this far quicker than you do just out on a random patrol like we would normally.
Schneller, schneller!
Problem is you can't. Waves, we can't see squat. It's gonna be impossible. They're kind of outside of our range. Just a tinge. There it is. Be a miracle if we can see it.
Schneller, schneller! Torpedokurs berechnet.
Feeling a little lazy tonight. We might let them try to plot a bit with these rough waves. We're good on our tonnage for this particular patrol anyways. But I will take any other options we get. What we're gonna do is get you to start some maintenance here. Speed that up also. You're a little visible. I wonder. Should maybe periscope depth. It's not alerted yet, but with that sun glinting on our hull, I don't know that we want to stay up here. Problem is it's so rough. Come on. Let's get... Good Lord.
An die Station.
It's so rough, we can't even get them to do a reading on it.
Torpedo ausrichten. Torpedokurs berechnet.
seem to be raising that quality of the information, though. Could help by getting the speed for them. Let's see if it's going to be doable, Cosmo. I don't know the way this water is. And we've got somebody on depth keeping. It's just so damn rough. It is so frustrating. Right? It's everything. Every time we get out there to learn a little something and you guys help me out, we get these crazy encounters where it's like literally cards stacked against you for sure. Distance is not a tough one to do whatsoever. I'm feeling a lot more confident in getting the stats, but good lord, it's just a wall of water. We can't see anything. We're barely able to see the stack and the masts. If you surface, I doubt you would be visually spotted. See, that's where it's a little tougher for me to tell, is like the rough distance. You know, that's what they're saying. My plotted waypoints about 5,500 meters, 5.5 kilometers. I wish I knew kind of where they picked you up visually. I guess it's subjective conditions and everything. We're gonna go ahead and give her a try because it's a lone freighter, so there's not much of a risk, and plus we're never gonna get anything the way we are. Let's go ahead and waves. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna shut this alarm off. I kind of hate how it does that. Now, let's make sure that compressor's on at least. And meanwhile, we will see, of course, the captain's going to go do it. Not who I really would have sent to do that. Jeez. Yeah. He's back up there finally. We're going that way. Oh, you're saying the... Right, I got you, the periscope, because you can't do it from the... Let's put you on. There we go. Good lord. You are going to have to get on something to try to steady it up. Give her a try. all the way up with the scope, eh? Yeah, I might regret my decision here if we can't see. It's close. Within a knot. It's still got those two warmed up. That'll work. It's a 70% solution. I don't want to let it wait too long.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm curious with this, the wind the way it is, if it's going to affect anything because the boat having a hard time staying on course. It's 75% chance we're going to give her a go. Make out that little blip where we are roughly. It's not as easy to see on stream. They're making it look so dark. See what happens. Tad. It's gonna hit
Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg zum Ziel.
pretty far back. If it does, I might have been off with my little... No, I take it back.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
They see us now. Or the torpedo.
30 Sekunden.
Probably us.
20 Sekunden.
Don't dud. 10 seconds. Further up than I thought it would, judging by the map. That's the only thing I don't like since I tried out these mods today. It's not showing the actual HP of the ship, which is a little weird.
Sehr wohl, Herr Kaloy.
Might have to hop on the old deck gun because I don't know. Thing looks like it took it like a champ. Ships can change speed when alarmed. Oh yeah. Understandable. I think it is taking on. Oh yeah. That's taking on water quickly. Supposedly the animations it adds in are a little bit different as well with that UBE mod. Like they sometimes break up and sync differently, and I have noticed that in just 2 encounters. She's a goner. Good call. Oof. Whew. That one's gone. Better get that lifeboat out of there, boys. You get drug under.
Ölboot, Sie sinken.
All right. Well, let's get a little closer, and we can't pick anybody else up. I've got 6 survivors already, but we can try to be nice, give them a little food for some XP. Take that. Still too far. I think you have to be within, what, like 500 meters, something like that. Oh boy. Oh, great. Enemy is passing a very valuable sonar prototype towards Port of London. Currently passing through square and 512 with a course of 92 degrees. The ship is moving in a convoy traveling at a speed of 7 knots. My least favorite deal. So that's going to be Port of London. Yeah, I was going to say. And they're heading 92 degrees. We're going to have to boogie to intercept. Oops. Yeah, well, I've never actually, I guess anytime that particular message has come up, I've always attempted to go at it. And usually in my old playthroughs, I've been able to get it, but sometimes it's been really difficult depending on the area. Oh, what are we going to give you boys? Some sausages. How many were there? 2? Oops. They're a ways away, that's for sure. Major convoy, small group 4 to 9. Just weighing my options in terms of confidence in getting it. You know what? I wonder if this will be the first time maybe I won't go out of my way to intercept because I'm so close to finishing up this patrol. I kind of want to just check out some of the other mods and things that are tweaked with this UBE mod. Might let her go. Not too worried about it. Hell, I don't know, the stability of this save file might be kind of compromised with adding those mods in. I know it's not always the best idea for that. Just kind of wanted to toy around with them. Try them out. Get a little ways away from this ship that we took out. B-dubs, what's up? Dude, I like the way you speak. You sound supremely intelligent. I appreciate the nice compliment. Thank you. I question my own intelligence a lot, so it's very kind of you. I was an English major in college, but I did drop out. It was not for me. If I could have studied what I was actually interested in, I would have stuck it out in the early 2000s. But when they sign you up for those courses that make you feel like they have absolutely zero bearing to what you're actually interested in, it really discourages you pretty quickly from sticking around, you know? Or at least that's how I felt. 2 years, and it was supremely expensive for me to pay for that 2 years with little to show for it, you know? But you know what? The family was supportive of it. They backed my play, so I'm not going to complain. A lot of people don't have that, you know?
Post auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Hope you're doing well this evening or afternoon or morning even for you guys, wherever you're at. We're still suffering from some scattered thunderstorms over the last 48 hours. It's made for a long day where I can't get much work done. These are these new messages that mod employs as well. I really like these. 1022 reports having sighted a group of warships. Oh, how fun. Observed course is south-southeast and approximate speed 16 knots. Available units should attempt to intercept. Further reports may be transmitted. What grid was that? AN 266. South-southeast. I believe that's the group earlier that we kind of tried to follow, and they were really moving erratically. 12 knots now. Good lord, they were doing 3 earlier. You said I'm weighing my options in terms of ability to accomplish the task. Good job on making that call on dropping the English major. That's a very tough decision. Yeah. Cosmo, I could not agree more. Several of my family that, you know, live closer to, you know, the city, some more metropolitan areas, all of those, I call them kids. We're all adults now, basically young adults, and so many of them, anybody who's not in a medical field is like, they literally just wasted, you know, 4 times as much money as I did for jobs that literally have absolute zero bearing on what they studied. So I'm just glad, I guess, for myself that I felt that way and realized it enough to admit it to myself and my family before I committed the full amount of time and expense. Don't get me wrong, it's not any easier. I mean, you know, work is work, right? But I would have wasted so much money that just would have done me nothing. You worded it speaks to my super ADHD when it comes to vernacular. I am an avid reader. That's one thing I've held over the years, so at least you get to expose yourself to a bit more, you know? STEM fields are pretty much the only way to go these days. Yeah, lawyering. The small town I'm located in, the only people here that make big money are the people who are in law. We don't even have doctors nearby anymore. The local hospitals just over the years has shrunk and scaled down so much that they don't have a OB department anymore for, you know, delivering children. None of that. They have to basically ship everybody, you know, an hour commute to the nearest metropolitan area. Law definitely seems like, you know, it's up there with, in its own way, of medical fields, I guess, something that's needed by more folks than not. How messed up is that, right? When the system's so convoluted, you need people that can interpret it for you. All right. Let's see. I don't really want to go after those warships either. They're doing 12 knots and they are heading 151 right now, but that's still away from us. we're just gonna chill and run out the patrol. I feel like we all get a little dosage of the old ADHD there, B-dubs, you know, nowadays with phones and the internet and just fractured attention spans. It's so tough. Not that that's the same thing as actual ADHD, but just, you know, the difference in feeling the fractured attention anymore. Cosmo started out in community college, computer science. All his jobs are being outsourced overseas. I then decided to change major. Okay. What did you go into? Let's, how quickly we move in here? We're gonna go nice and slow. Ended up in mechanical engineering. Okay. Broad field for me, not knowing what I wanted to do. Sure. I never knew a lot of people that did any type of engineering, to be honest. One or two that I know are pretty successful with it up north from the area I'm in. Younger people, even a few years younger than myself, probably late 20s, early 30s. Do you work in that field now? Something mechanical engineering related? Now I have a process engineering job. Okay. I get to develop my own software for it. Very nice. That's pretty cool. Pretty impressive. Middle of the night. About midnight. Seems like we might have, well, we are creeping along though. The waves aren't quite as intense. Things seem to have worked out nicely for me. I did enjoy the engineering stuff in college too. That's awesome. Engineering's very interesting. Like looking back, I feel like something like that may have been, I don't want to say more up my alley, but I think I would have fared better pursuing that. Although at that time it was a whole double-edged sword for me. I was very in late high school into, you know, the brief time I spent in college. I was very insecure about my personal ability to understand and practice math, even though looking back, I wasn't necessarily bad at it. I just didn't have the confidence to say, oh yeah, I know how to do that. So obviously engineering, or most aspects of it, I'm sure, are extremely math heavy, or at least require it. And it would have just, at that time, I would have felt the same way. I would have been just panicking and not, you know, handling it as well as I could have or should have. So no regrets though, but that's great. I'm glad it's worked out well for you. The gentleman I know up north of me that is into a field of engineering, I wish I could tell you more details, but I know he does very well for himself. He works somewhere near Cleveland area. They live outside of Cleveland, a little more rural area. He commutes, but he does really, really well. That's great. It's always a big relief when you lock something down that, you know, maybe you don't necessarily enjoy it, but it works out well, and at least you make a good living, you know. I feel like we are barely moving. Let's go ahead and pump that out. I feel like there's a lot of very interesting subjects and things to pursue in college. I just don't know that at the age most of us are when we, uh, aren't given the kind of the full breakdown of what to expect and how to expect it, that I feel like it's, we're just not mature enough at that age, or a lot of us anyway, to really fully wrap our heads around what we're going to encounter there and be actually doing. I know I kind of had a poor understanding of what to expect. I was not a partier type person. I didn't care about the social aspect of it. Matter of fact, I didn't like that idea. I went to a smaller college at the time, which again worked out in my favor, because paying that money back, at least I wasn't in a larger, state university that would have cost me 10x more than what I ended up having to pay. So things work out in their own way, right? I mean, you found that out, it sounds like. People don't teach. Yeah, I kind of joke with family. I say it feels criminal, really, like just so misleading that we have younger people who, it's not that you're maybe intentionally misleading them, but they're still developing. Like you're not, you don't have the full understanding of what to expect. Boy, that moon is nice and bright. I know I didn't. That's, for me anyway, that's how I speak on it. I know that I was not mentally prepared for what would have been, happening for me. And now, I mean, look, nowadays, right, regardless of how you feel on it or what you think, look at the younger people that are saddled with this extreme, just copious amounts of debt, and how many of them did just exactly what we were talking about. They were like, oh yeah, I'll be a communications major, and it's like, I hope that doesn't come back to bite you in the rear, but I feel like it's probably going to. Yeah, all they heard was get a degree, sure. I know I had family members outside of my immediate, my parents and sibling, that were that way, where they're like, oh yeah, time for you to get a degree, like, let's go. And no. Yeah. People, and a lot of people do that, younger people, they're just, oh, okay, like, I'll do it. It's a very much a societal norm, or was anyway. Things change. I'm out of the loop with it at my age now. What do we have here? Important message. 1022 reports having sighted a group of, that's the same group, I bet money. West northwest, 7 knots. They've been sending us those guys, but yeah, no, they are everywhere. Like, they're just kind of spinning circles. Right now it doesn't even give a speed, likely speed. We're gonna let them cook over there and do their thing. I know I have a sibling, and she has a degree from Ohio State University, which is awesome, and very proud of her, but as far as her degree was into like a very generic field of teaching, and I don't even know the ins and outs, to be honest, and she doesn't use it. She works with her husband. They run a trucking company, of their own. So it's like, I don't knock her, but that degree's not, doesn't do her much good for what her path in life has become. Fortunately, companies are putting less value on degrees, but I don't think that will stop people from getting useless. Oh, I'm sure. I agree with you 110%. There's always going to be some people that just aren't as aren't as well exposed or understood of, you know, what's being laid in front of them on the options, I guess. Let's see. Still very rough sailing. Here we'll go ahead and stop and let ourselves have maybe a hydrophone check. Since it's nighttime and we're closer to land. But we are going to send out a ping because I don't trust that it's probably not much more shallow here. 69 meters. Nice, as they would say.
Wechseln auf E-Motor.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
I remember one of my earlier kind of events that somewhat kind of opened my eyes, I feel like, to like that, what that was going to be like or could be like for people at that younger age. Was I went to a very small, you know, fairly rural high school in this area, and you know, obviously they probably figure there's a lot of kids at that school that aren't going to have money or will care to pursue secondary education. And I remember noticing how it almost felt, or pretty much was, I would argue, like very predatory toward their allowance of military to come in and say, hey, you know, I think you'd be good at, you know, these various jobs, little things they threw out to like entice kids. And not a lot of people at my particular time did, you know, show interest or actually pursue it, but some did. And I just remember thinking, like, at that age, is that really like that, you know, nice of a thing to do to those poor kids? And even myself, I mean, I had no interest in it. I don't have the mentality to be ordered around like that. But those kids that didn't have much, you know, they probably figured, hey, I'm gonna get 3 squares a day and I'll make money and they'll pay for some of my education, etc. It just seemed so weird and out of place at that time. That's what I remember a lot about that, you know, toward the end of high school into, you know, college. And I'm sure they know what they're doing, for better or worse. You know, they know who to target and when and how. It's crazy. I just remember that. Oh, my favorite little bug. Guy stuck on the Christmas tree. It's the worst. There's a pretty good sized group. I like how it has small group, 5 to 10 ships. Where are we headed? 148. Definitely have to be coming out of that channel. Minus naval base. Might have a peek at them, even if we just pick off 1 or 2. Easier to shape the mind of a young person, sure. Very much so. That is for sure. 7 knots they're moving. Let's see. Servicing. We're heading about 7 knots, so as long as we're moving just a bit quicker, forward 2 or 3 should be enough to get us. Hell, if it's a 5 to 10 ship group, I think we'll see somebody, I'm sure. Make sure he gets that compressor on here before we speed it up. A little time compression. Yeah, it's an interesting environment now. You know, things have changed so much. I've been out of that, you know, world for quite a while now, even though it doesn't feel like it's been that long, and I'm sure it's a much different in that span of time, that's for sure. I have a good friend of mine who, again, you know, lives up north, bigger metropolitan area, and he's worked in the tech fields since being out of college, and we chat online while we game every now and again, and he was telling me here within the last month, he said that you know, all these companies have now downsized quite a bit and shifted things around and this and that, but he tells me, he says, you know, your typical work week, you know, for most folks is Monday through Friday or fairly similar. And he says the amount of work he gets in a week is he can pretty much fulfill it and finish it up pretty much by Monday afternoon if he cares to work past 2 or 3 p.m. And he's like, you know, Swanky, what would I do the other 4, sometimes 5 days a week? Like, I'm sitting here not, you know, kind of twiddling my thumbs, and I'm thinking, like, how are these companies, you know, how many people in that company are even worse than that, where they don't treat it honestly and they're just kicked back, just great, I don't have to do anything for 3 or 4 days. It's like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about it. Like, I would have too much self-guilt to just take advantage of it, I guess. Speed up more. Ooh, I see a lot of smoke over there. There's one. Sure looks like they're heading the other way, doesn't it, though? Definitely quite a few. Let's think they're actually heading in toward that port. Google went on a hiring binge to hoard talent, but not giving them any sort of meaningful job. They just attend a meeting or 2 each day. It's crazy. Now they have let a lot of those people go. It's just, doesn't it seem so nuts? It's like they do that, and you, on one hand, you can kind of understand the logic of like wanting to have those people, but it's just like you said, you know, here you are X months or X year later, whatever, and you just have to cut them loose because it's like you can't find anything to even give them to do. It's just such a weird thing. I'm sure all of those jobs to an extent are probably that type of situation or similar, you know, where people are very much like just, you know, every day kind of thinking like, what can I give Cosmo to do? What can I find Swanky to do? Like, you know, and it's just like, what in the heck? Like, what are they really contributing? You don't give them anything to do, they don't develop their talent. Now, that's true too. Sure, if you are going to keep them on, they're just going to sit there and idle. They might get worse, you know? You're going to forget things that aren't in practice. It is nighttime, but I think we're heading into morning. Let's see what we can do. Oh boy. That is a destroyer too. Thank God it's nighttime. Dun, 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 dun. Is that the... I am really bad at judging the old distance. That would be the destroyer right there, and these would be the other... Flower class, that's a merchant. Ooh, more warships too. We're gonna go ahead and head to Periscope, and then if we get an easy picking, we'll take something. If not, you know, whatever. It's not the end of the world. We're well within our range for this particular kind of modified patrol of where we need to be. Let's put somebody on depth keeping for now. I suppose we'll try to get some info on this cat, and depending on how that goes, good or bad, we'll either take somebody down or attempt to, or boogie out of here. I know that's the way I am anyway. When you don't practice or do something, you definitely are going to fall off, you know, given enough time. It's hard to stay sharp at anything when you're not utilizing it or practicing. And I'm sure for a lot of people, jobs are very much the same. Education, just about anything, right? Nobody is on hydrophone. Ugh. Thank you. Who's our well-rested Mr. Carl Hines? I'm not a big fan of that auto-triggered alarm. I hate that, actually. Like, I get it when you see somebody hostile, but not a fan. We're a little further north. I don't know that I can get into a good position for this guy. I might have kind of already missed my opportunity. There's one on that far side we could skirt under and try to go to rather than chase this person underwater. That's where I feel like it's always a tough decision for me. We're gonna do that. might come in a little bit funky of an angle, but we'll see what we can do. This guy's going to be a bit of an issue, though. I am not well experienced port defenses. Oh no. Oi. More things to complicate my... Let's go ahead and shut you off. I feel like this is probably going to get sketchy fast. Somebody's alarmed. Oh, yeah, it got worse. Well. I suppose I kind of screwed the pooch from the launch. We were too far. I was heading very, very much north while these guys were headed the opposite direction of where I believed they would be. I was under the impression that they were probably like coming out of this port and headed east, and maybe they were coming out and headed south. Loki, what's up, sir? Well, at this point, I might have to figure out how in the heck... Can always disengage and then get ahead of them. My question is, do you think we can get far enough away quickly enough? Let's take a gamble and figure that they're headed... They're obviously headed south, but to one of those ports. Maybe it is better to just get the hell out of here and try to get ahead. We need to be lying in wait. That's what I'm very slowly figuring out. Foreign cipher. Oh boy. Oh, he's turned towards us too. Out of periscope viewing range and then surface. Good plan, good plan. Can maintain visual contact as you run at max speed around them. Need to get away from this cat. I just worry. It's bad. He's gonna cut us off too. It's probably not going to go well. Let's at least make sure everybody's got on them what they're going to need. Don't go at max speed underwater if you don't want to be heard. So what you're telling me, Cosmo, is we're going to have to go slow, go deep, maybe even stop, hope that they pass over and continue on, because we're not going to outrun them. Use the crash dive. to stay creeping, but we are going to try to get as deep as humanly possible here.
40.
Like I said, that's alright. I'm okay with it no matter what happens, as long as I'm kind of wrapping my brain around how things got goofed up, which in that case, like I said, was me misunderstanding where they were headed, what direction.
60.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have pursued them so far north. I would have stayed back. It sounds like depth charges way off in the distance. Definitely.
80.
These guys are like reluctant they hitched a ride now. You can hear them. Could be firing flares. Yeah, I suppose maybe that's more likely. It's not showing at least the hydrophone operator picking up flares. That's what they're doing. Good call. Angle off to the side of its path a little. Yeah, since he's right up our butt. It's boy, he's really trying to light it up, isn't he? I like that this guy's angled himself a bit more north when he circled around. There's another. So this, oh, there's the charges. Well, when they drop the charges, we could speed up a bit, correct? Because they won't be able to hear, I would assume. He's got a fix on us, though. Need to get out of the way of the depth charges. Let's cut her a little more sharply here. See if we can take advantage of his zone racket. Scraping us off the bottom there, boys. Still got a few. So far, he's angled the right way. Let's hope that he keeps going south. See if we can creep out of here. we slowed her down. I hope that he didn't hear her. Keep her even. Nothing to see here. Just go back to what you were doing. Hyderabad, however the hell you pronounce that ship. At least they don't seem to have, yeah, early enough in. I don't know when they pick up those abilities. I know later on it gets far worse in terms of that sort of thing, avoiding those. He's not right on our butt, so that's good. That makes me feel a little better. Depth charges have stopped for the moment, but we'll see what he does. God bless. I love scraping the floor. Keep her steady, boys. Come on. I swear every time we start raking ourselves off the bottom, he's picking that up. Come on. Just circle back around with your group. Let us go. Still going with the flares, that's for sure. I do believe they run out of depth charges, if I'm not mistaken, eventually. Well, they did. Maybe that's different now. Looks like they've sure got a lot racked there. If the visuals got anything to do with it. He's picking us up again. If he starts it again, we're about to cut underneath him and just try to boogie out of there. They do eventually run out. I thought they did. Yeah, we know. He's right above us. He's going crazy with the flares. Just keep going north, pal. Cross right over. You know you want to. That's not what I was hoping for, but... As soon as those start booming. Somehow I never feel quite as stressed from the depth charges, even though it's horrible and extremely dangerous. It just feels like a 50-50 lotto, like I'm either probably going to die or we're going to come out the other side. Airplanes and that sort of thing make me far more nervous. Depth charges, I feel like it's the lottery. You're either going to win big or you're toast. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Go that way. No, maybe we should, did it run out? I don't know. They have a few. Yeah, we're losing the coverage of the explosions. He's still picking us up. Could be that other ship, the one that's heading this direction with him. Now there's two. Yikes. We've got a little bit of a gap on him. I'm hoping, I almost wonder if I should just hammer down right now to open up that gap. We're gonna give her a try. Oh no. That's really hard to tell. I don't like how it doesn't give. I know that when you play on the higher difficulty settings, it doesn't show you that at all for detection purposes, but see what we can do to get away from them. Your crew is strained and stressed. I bet you guys are. Was hoping that wasn't gonna happen again. He doesn't know where we are yet. He did, and he does not either. A black swan. I guess we'll keep her nice and quiet and see. Maybe we'll get lucky and he's not gonna. There's only one ping, so he hasn't found you yet. Yeah, glad you pointed that out, and I figured without the... It's just telling us that he has sonar and that we hear him on the hydrophone, so that's good. That means he doesn't know where we are yet. This guy may, but we've got a little gap on him, and he's like over top of his buddy now, or pretty damn close. Go ahead, plow into him. That'd be perfect. We're just gonna keep... We're about as close to the bottom. It's a little deeper here. I guess we could afford to drop it like another... What are we at? 75? We're gonna try to clip it to 80, see if I can do it without scraping us off the ground like a grating cheese. Nice and quiet. It's alright, they need a little pressure on them. See if anybody cracks. Not including myself. Yeah, we've only got the original one of the three that actually I have to leave now. Good luck, Captain. Take care, Cosmo. Good chatting with you tonight. Let's see. It's only one of three. They're looking, but they haven't found yet. Half a meter of water, no problem. Ugh. It's not the best. Perfect. Noise is going down. Don't know where we are yet. We're blindly guessing where to dump those. Sounded a little closer, unfortunately. Just gotta keep trucking along, try to get the hell away from them. Those convoys, man, that's tough. If you don't get the proper placement right off the jump, it pretty much just ends up in this mess or worse. I was gonna say, I don't think we have anything else running that's providing excess noise, so we're about as quiet as we can be. That's our original pain in the arse that knows where we are, or has an idea rather. And according to that, they all... We're gonna do our best to just try to get the hell out of here. Man, what's up, sir? We're gonna survive. I told Cosmo just a little bit ago, I said it's like the lottery. You either come out on top or you're screwed. Feels far less stressful to think about it that way. We've got a little bit of a gap on them now, so if I try to be a little patient, maybe they'll start to wander further and further away. We'll see. It was a big convoy. I don't know how soon you were in here, but I kind of put us in poor positioning for it. The radio call that we got made it seem like, they were heading a little more east, northeast, and they were headed much more south. So they kind of caught us unexpectedly. Literally just signed on, yeah. You're right in the thick of it. You're getting to the good stuff. It's like my favorite bug in the command center here. We're all stuck on each other, just walking in a big circle. Yikes. Let's see. Well, this is good. I've got 2 of them heading away from us. He's pretty far north there, Flower Class. Let's go ahead and skim forward just a tad. This guy still makes me a little nervous. He's like a shark. Yikes. Every time. I know you don't know where we are. You're just guessing. You're just guessing. See, there were other groups up there. That was a weird radio signal that we got. Ugh, he's headed right at us too. I'm gonna bait him a little closer and then change direction again. Probably afford to drop down a little teeny tiny bit, but it's been a little inconsistent with the depth. The hell was that noise? Are they firing flares again? He is, still. This is our unknown pal. If we wouldn't get shredded by deck guns, I'd love to catch him in proper position and sink him. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. He's right on our butt. That's the original one that aggroed on us. These 2 were the ones that came from closer to the coast. Pass right over top. Darn it. Well, all we can do is wait for the charges. Yikes. That is some serious bombage. Thunder below, right? He's still going crazy with the flares too. He hasn't backed off those the entire time. Butt end, so let's hope that he at least works out a little ways before he circles back. Problem is now we've got the original clown there coming right at us. I can't believe too, I mean, the AI, you don't always know the mechanics behind it, I guess, but like we've got these guys on us, their convoy is now moving relatively unescorted, like they might have one. But you gave up 3. I guess maybe they figure it's more worth their effort to sink the biggest risk that they know was there. Take that, we'll take that. Wish there was a better way for me to figure out how close that seafloor was, but we're right there. Push the issue here, see how close I can get us without trying to. How much does that light up? A little bit. I think it's literally they're right over top of us. Yeah, the depth meter, I thought about that, but my concern is if I trigger that, is it gonna, are they gonna hear that? I know it's not really like an audible sonar ping or so, I believe, like in game. Let's give them a second here and see if they claims it does not give away your position. Good to know. I like, we got 2 of them aiming north. This guy's a little to our. Let's see. I suppose we're close enough to the floor, it won't really matter. I'm gonna gain like an extra meter or 2, and plus we're on manual dive planes, so it's probably gonna be a little more inconsistent. It's a little hard to see on stream. I don't know why the game makes it so dark, you guys can't really see. Have to tweak that in the settings. Let's see where this bonehead's gonna go. Still working out the math of subs keel versus ocean floor for my mod. The game only gives waterline and deck. The boat depth is, I think, the conning tower. I gotcha. Yeah, that would be tough, right? Speaking of mods, I was chatting with Cosmo here earlier in the stream, and I put on the Uboat Expanded mod, which comes with quite a bit of little add-ons for the game, and so far it seems pretty fun, the few things I've seen that it adds. Those aren't depth charges yet. That's just more flares all over Hell's Half Acre. Sweet, I'm going to enable that on my next playthrough. It seems really neat. I definitely recommend checking it out. Those are depth charges. Boy, this is going to be annoying. As soon as those start booming, we got a boogie. Just got to get away from this guy, and I think we'll be okay. Oof. Here's our untrusty C4 level. Yikes. Hate that. That meat is well tenderized. Yes, the cook is gonna have an easier time breaking that up. We hear those too, but where's our friend that was just over top of our head? These two I'm feeling far more confident about that we've kind of lost them. The other one, I'm not so sure yet. Too early to tell, I guess.
Kapitän.
Ugh, I hear propellers. Ooh, we're in his baffles though. That's great. Let's we're gonna chance this a bit. We're in his baffles. We're gonna perfect. You just keep going where you're going. Who's picking us up? You're kidding. You telling me this guy from that far away? No way. I refuse to believe that you heard us from that distance. You just keep going that way, pal. Keep going. Maybe they're trying to bait us out. To think they're not. Get out of here. I guess we're just gonna be patient and wait. He's moving further and further away. I just don't want to give him any excuse to turn back on to us. Don't you do it. Damn. It's impossible. Just keep going. Go north, head west again toward the coast, meet up with your convoy. Leave us out of it, buddy. We will go after the easier target. As soon as we get our save in, I was going to say we'll surface here. I was going to say it's still nighttime. Get our water pumped out of the old bilge, fill up our air, and then kind of reorient ourselves and see where we want to go. I think we're still in the overall, patrol area. That warship group is probably some of what we just left behind. Maybe broke off of their convoy there. Not quite sure. Speaking of our food, make sure that stuff's topped up so I don't have to worry about it for a few, and then we'll do some time compression. So dark on stream, that kind of sucks. It's bumming me out that it looks a little cruddy. Shouldn't be quite so dark. Could be that other monitor displaying the colors a little differently with the blacks, but I don't know. It's hard to say if it's looking a little too dark on there for everybody. If it is, I apologize. That's frustrating. Everything's stocked up on our last little foray before that mess erupted. We got fog now, great. Gotta love that. It's nice smooth seas right now. It's like butter. See, it's so foggy. Can't see 2 inches in front of our face again.
Auch noch 50 Meter. Wechseln auf E-Motor.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
I'll have a little listen here, and then depending on how that goes, I'll take a minute and grab a drink. Had just a wee bit of caffeine this evening, but gotta keep the water. Keep the water moving.
20 Meter.
Yeah, that's the big convoy there. That is more than likely the destroyers that split off, because that was like a 4 to 8 or 4 to 6 or something. I almost guarantee that group is the ones that just had us pinned down for quite a while.
Ich habe eine große Gruppe festgestellt.
What else do we have? This big group up there. That could be destroyers earlier as well. Moving very erratically. When I came into this patrol zone, we came from the east. Actually, that could be them there. We might check this out. A tiny group. Tiny. 3 to 6. They are headed 247. 8 knots. Let's see. Ping a little something. Somewhere right about there.
Wechseln auf Dieselmotor.
Make sure that compressor gets kicked on as always. Make sure he kicks that on. Mr. Weber, sometime today. Ooh, I didn't want to dump all 87 in there. Yikes. Can't be using up all the fresh bread right away. Come on. You guys gotta ration that out. Alright. Let them slowly make their way there. I'm gonna grab a drink really quick. We will be right back. We're back. Let's see. Should probably slow down a tinge with this fog, as I'm probably not going to be able to see jack squat. Forward 2, I was going to say we should still be able to keep just above 8 knots. If that's what that other group is running at, so give them a minute. We shall see. Let's make sure that air tops up. Yeah. Be good to go. Dark as can be. Yeah, I really hope you guys will have to let me know if it's appearing like a little dark on stream. I can't tell if it's just that additional side monitor, the color in what it's displaying, but it doesn't look too terrible right now, but definitely like when it's nighttime and whatnot on the surface, hopefully you can even see. That's, if not, I'll have to tweak that. Oop. Ship spotted. Oh no, and I fat fingered it right into a destroyer. Yikes. Ugh. I hate that time compression button sometimes. My dumb self fat fingers it right into that. Oy vey. It could be the end of this save file. Get us under and pray to God that we that fog too. Oh, I hear shots already on the surface.
Wechseln auf G-Motor.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Shut those off, and we are going to have to pray to the good Lord above in heavens that we do not get immediately decimated here, because we very well oh. Oh no. Oh. Scary.
Wasserbomben. Wasserbomben. Schiffsschrott. Direkt über uns hergeleitet.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little close. What's the depth there? Don't know. We're kind of relying on the AI right now to at least get us bottomed out, and then if I do start scraping like a cheese grater, we might just have to raise ourselves up a tad. Right now, because I was so close to that guy, I just wanted to get underwater immediately. I knew it too. Like, logic told me that rushing through that fog could easily backfire, and boy did it ever.
Schiffsraum hergeleitet.
Drop to the bottom, ground the sub, and shut everything off. The destroyers cannot distinguish you from the ground then. That's what we're going to try here. As soon as these charge explosions back off a tad, we'll stop this. Oh, that's our bottom. Stay at 110 just to keep us right above. Now we're just gonna sit. I'm mad at myself for that one, for fat fingering that time compression, and then next thing you know, they were through the fog and literally right at our face. Could have easily been avoided had I slowed down and not been 1800 time compression. All those groups in that northern area of the patrol sector too were coming into this area were all warships. I should have thought of that as well. Heading after one. I mean, that's the kicker too, right? 4 ships right there, not one of them are any kind of a transport or tanker. They're all destroyers. Warships, whatever you'd like to say. Somehow, in the fog, we're all alerted. Still on the same curse save. It is the same curse save we've had all this time. It is indeed our same curse save, yes sir. Maybe the game decided after a few days off we needed some stressors in our lives. I'm feeling a little dangerous. Let's take an officer and do our ping here. What? 12 meters? How does that work? Broken? Question mark? Interesting. It's depth below where you're already at. Oh. Well, thank you for clarifying. I feel incredibly dumb for not realizing that. I'm like, that's not right. Deeper than 12 meters, what the hell? Ugh. Well, compared to our last group, these guys, for us literally almost driving right into them, do not seem like they're very well aware of where exactly we are. So, we got a 4% awareness, whatever we want to say, or detectability. Everything's off that can be off for noise, so let's see if we can creep ahead a bit. I don't want to spend 20 minutes waiting them out. I noticed if you do run aground, the crew will put you a bit above the ground when moving. That 12 meter lines up with some of the calculations I'm getting. Okay, good to know. So far, they're not picking us up. We haven't been pinged too much yet, if any, so let's see what they decide to do after a minute or two. We won't worry too much until we start hearing the boy, what a curse patrol it has been too on this save file. That's what I was hoping we might not hear. Well, same deal. We wait until the bombs start bursting, and assuming we don't immediately take damage, we're going to pick up speed. They must be dumping in a pretty, maybe right in here. Doubt that he's... I don't even hear him. It's definitely not close to us. Ooh. Pick us up just a tinge, boys. Hold us steady.
100.
100. Like how he's popping up right behind us though. This might be a deal where we get a little shelled and I have to slip out to his port or starboard side. Although he's got folks on both sides of him, so I guess that's a little bit of Russian roulette as well. Of all the things in this game, that's what drives me nuts right here. Just stuck. This is like the area to not have AI standing. Maybe if you, there we go. Back up and let him through. Perfect. Right over top of us. Oh, he's picking us up too. Just waiting to hear the bossa bombing. Guys in their bunks are like, really? We're pretty close to the bottom when you can almost see it right there without switching to the... Can't really see it too well with as dark as it is. Pass on by, keep doing your thing. Nothing to see here. He moves forward just a tad. In his baffles, let's go ahead and speed this up a tad. We are at 60% detectability, probably because of this butthead. Yikes. This guy's gonna turn right onto us. Oh no! The heck happened? Really? Because of the depth? Oh my gosh. Good Lord have mercy. Yikes. Well, there's drama for you. Boy, I hope he can get him patched up. It's like they walk through a room and smack their face off the bulkhead and about kill themselves. Rub some dirt on it. It's far enough away from your heart, you're fine. Let's get him patched up here. You're next to the ground, yeah, reach out, grab a fistful. Shoot. Get him patched up there, Mr. Falk. No man left behind. Let's go. So, alright, thank God. Let him get patched up. Now, the next question becomes... we don't have anybody on engines, which means I have to give up depth keeping. Fun stuff. Mr. Nod's okay, but he's a little exhausted, rightfully so, after, I don't know, cutting his forearm on the bulkhead, we'll say. Who knows what he actually did? I missed that part. What you got going on back here, guy? Alright. Need to see. Time compression is just not my friend in this game. See why I play it slow? Use time compression. For me, bad things happen. It cracks me up, man. Just open the window. Dirt's right outside. You're not wrong. Yikes, they're picking us up. Stay nice and quiet. As quiet as we can be. I really hope it's one of the other take officer off mechanic roll. The enemy should go away. We're stopped. Let's see if we can sit here and wait it out. 17 meters.
Wasserbomben. Wasserbomben.
We're cutting loose. Can set it to 150. So you're saying that'll literally just make sure it's about as deep as it can be, like literally resting on the floor. Gotcha.
150 Meter.
Do that, just park it.
Wasserbomben 90. Wasserbomben.
Sit here and wait her out and see what happens. You're smacking the floor. Visibility icon, nothing right now with the depth charges for sure. We're at hovering around 60 decibels, a little shy. They're not picking us up yet on any kind of sonar. I'll have to move my cam. We'll start putting it on the other side for the stream or something. I literally thought about that as soon as I booted up tonight. So you guys can actually see more what I can see. It's not much over there other than visibility and the number of passengers, whatever we want to say, officers from the ships we've put down, and the alarm symbol. Gosh. They definitely don't know exactly where we are, but they are going to shell the hell out of us before they decide to leave us alone.
Hello.
Mr. Falk has his little level up. Just go ahead and leave us alone, guys. Head out of here. One right over top of us. No sonar though, yet. We're definitely passing over. Nothing for visibility. 3 out of the 4 look like they've moved on as soon as this guy heads a bit more out of our way. Perfect. Let's go ahead and surface this bad boy.
Alarm abgebrochen.
Jawohl, Herr Kalon.
Surface and see what we can do.
20 Meter.
Saving the game. Radio this in. Look at that fog. No wonder we were right smack dab into them. Yeah, we're gonna go nice and slow this time, so I don't fat finger us right into another warship. And for the time being, we're gonna head to our east just a tad, because this patrol is gonna be about wrapped up distance-wise before we really get into anything. Cruddy, cruddy, cruddy weather, one shape or another. Let's check a few of our tedious things here and just pump out what little bit of water's there. Top this off. That could have gone so much worse than it did just for being depth charged a little bit blindly, because when we initially ran, when I ran us right into that ship, he was literally firing det guns at us like where they were. If we would have got hit, we would have been just an absolute disaster. Or a good training exercise for your paramedic, right? He did get some hands-on practice tonight. Mr. Falk, the new guy. Oh boy. Let's see what our radioman has to say. Yeah, I think sometimes when you're actually moving, if you have that issue and, quote, run aground a bit, I think sometimes depending on where a random person is standing, it can damn near kill them. They get spanked into the bulkhead or who knows what. Next thing you know, they're like out of commission. U-998 reports having sighted a small group of merchant ships at coordinates in grid AN461. Observed course is southwest and approximate speed 0 knots. Available units should attempt to intercept. AN461. Let's see where we're at here. Oof. That's a ways away that I don't feel like pursuing in the interest of this patrol. Oh, the sun's finally out. Imagine that. If you hit the ground too fast, yeah, ship and crew damage. I think that's the second time I've ever seen it happen. The first was on one of my very first playthroughs, in which I really did not understand what all was going on quite yet in the middle of the calamity. But noted, definitely try to keep her off the ground, at least at any rate of speed. Alright, he can finally get some rest. Let's go ahead and head south a tad. I want to stay away. That was one of those first groups that I encountered on the way over here, and they are loaded to the gills with warships. Oh boy. So where's our funnel smoke? That's probably the destroyers that we left behind. Has to be the direction they're heading.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
About the most quiet I've seen it on board. It's because we've got sub 20 knot wind for once. Let's go ahead and take the old poor curse save back to port, eh? Port of Wilhelmshaven. Wilhelmshaven. I can't pronounce it correctly. Wilhelmshaven. Wilhelmshaven. It's probably Wilhelmshaven. Got several freighters on this one. Should be pretty good tonnage overall. Saved life, yes. Yes, you did. Let's see where that leaves us. 100,000, we're just shy of 71. Nice. Right. 8.5 days. Alright. Got a couple people leveled up, we'll take that. What perks do we want for Mr. Capitan? Iron Fist, Management, Navigator. Navigator's always a really nice one. I like having that extra cushion. Supporter, Personal Skills, Gunner. Leaning toward Navigator or Management sounds nice, but I feel like that's going to be kind of overkill to have 3 people assigned for most tasks, even though he's generally doing navigation or UZO. What do I like? Personal skills, that kind of stuff's fun, but more of a gimmicky. Navigator does have that perk of knowing you can question boarded freighters, which is really super useful. We're going to stick with that. And Mr. Schuster was our additional level up. Propeller recognition. What do we got here? That sounds kind of neat. The officer can crudely estimate velocity and type of targets using the hydrophone. In addition, in manual mode, an exact angle is displayed for the selected direction. We gave Mr. Falk the level up for paramedic. I'm thinking I kind of want to do that propeller recognition. I like him to be a little more geared toward the hydrophone anyway. Sounds useful. Let's turn in our
Kapitän, das kann deine neue Crew sein. Lassen Sie mich wissen, wenn Sie
pickups. The old headphones beeping on me. Survivors. Let's see. We've got a lot of reputation.
Beim BDU wird viel über Ihre
We can
letzte
probably buy one of the other.
Arbeit.
God, that sun is like blinding off that window. Specialized crew we could easily do. Free roam is nice. I might have to check the fatigue. We might have to send the boys on a vacay. Let's go ahead and
Was
at
brauchst
least
du, Herr
top
Kalon?
off our fuel.
Schau mal.
We did burn through quite a bit of torpedoes on that one, so we're gonna have some expense there. I was gonna say we'll split them down the middle. Oops. I know everybody prefers, I believe, T1s to T2s, but it'll be alright. What do we have here? We'll take the rest of their dried fish. And let's top off some sausage. Ammunition, they've not had anything other than AP for the deck gun. Flat gun should be fine. We haven't touched it in the last patrol. I don't think technically we do need. Do I have more spare parts on us other than what's on the officers? I do the T2s for the electric torpedoes so the enemy doesn't see the steam bubbles. Yeah. Let's do, I'm going to double check the parts, but I believe we need more of those for sure. think the only parts we have are on the actual engineers. Yep. Yeah, let's go ahead and top that out. No reason to skimp on it.
Was brauchst du, Herr Kaloy? Schau mal.
Some extra parts. Top off our coffee, I guess. I think that's as many as we can hold for now, and they have rebreathers on the mechanics, or engineers rather. I think that's about all we can do. So next on the list is going to be, I don't think there's really much I can really get away with in terms of research. It's just too hard to give up one of 2 officers when that's all I have. Enable newspapers. Forgot about those. It's from the old UBE mod, I believe. Gather intelligence. Europe Convoy's description. Yeah, anything else we pick? Research provision AP rounds? Interesting. Accumulators is one of the only other ones that isn't really like quote time gated for us with a penalty, but giving up an engineer is, that's rough, man, right now. I don't think we're ready for that. I'm not gonna worry about it yet. What else can we do? We can get another officer, though. We'll have to promote somebody. Mr. Vogel and Peters are typically running like valves and whatnot. At this point, it's literally just winging it to know who might break, though. Let's go ahead and do, what could we use? Maybe we'll do, what do we have to have for that headquarters assignment? An engineer, I believe it was. Yeah, an engineer. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to promote him. We've got to bump up a crew member to fill the spot. Gustav, I like the name. You win. Now let's set up that schedule. Well, you know what? We're not going to worry about it just yet because we actually don't want him really boarding yet. So let's go to our research. have you do accumulators. 12 days. I guess it just becomes a question of what's planned for the next patrol, if anything.
Gute Arbeit.
I guess I still have to decide as well on whether we're going to vacation or not. Their fatigue's at -3 a minute, which isn't active while we're in port.
Beim BDU wird viel über ihre letzte Patrouillenfahrt geredet.
We can afford any of them. I don't know how much we want to take near a month off. I'm going to go ahead and pick it. Let's go ahead and skip all that. Research is complete. Let's see.
Was brauchst du, Herr Kaloy?
I believe we go back and we can upgrade 10,000. Put a little dent in the coffers for a bit. A little over 3.5 days. We're multitasking while they're on vacay. All right. Let's see. We've got our upgraded
Beim BDU wird
accumulators.
viel über ihre letzte Patrouille. Dies sind die Hauptaufträge vom BDU.
Let's see what we can do. Pretty much the same selection. Hate doing it that way. I like being able to see it from the map. Kinda, sorta. Not quite through our second tier. We would need another, we'll call it 30,000 tons. It's a decent bit of ships.
Beim BDU wird viel über ihre letzte Patrouille. Dies sind die Hauptaufträge vom BDU. Streng geheim.
We're gonna go up north again. Hop, skip back to it, boys. Top this puppy up, make sure that we have little bit to eat. Let's use up some cheese. And I don't know, did I... set up his schedule as well. What do we have them on? A 4-4? Yeah. We'll give that a try and see. We might have to change them up to be more of a rotation between torpedo maintenance and whatnot, unless somebody gets hurt and or needs to fill that role of a direct engineer. Don't need you guys loading up crew yet while we're not ready. Let's see. All right. What's up with this funky patrol square here? It's a little weird. We'll at least start this patrol. We'll see. It's only about 11:30 here. I usually try to go to about midnight. See how far we get. I know not very far when I tend to play pretty slow. It's a little goofy there. When we heading toward, doesn't seem like it wants to follow our routing. Kind of want to turn that way, guys. Interesting. We a little goofed up here? Did we break the crew? There's nobody. Six of 18 on duty. Where the heck did they go? Strange. Maybe should have gone for the management skill. Maybe they should have gone with the replace Swanky Mongoose as operator of this game. So their priorities are set. Helmsman Station. So how in the heck did we not get the ability to steer here? Unless we did break something with our mod, which is totally possible, and I should have not put so much thought into not being a possibility. Yeah, it sure does not let us depth typing. Interesting, interesting. Well, that's a first.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Schneller, schneller!
It just does not even let you interact with it as it normally would. Steer station, helmsman. Yeah, it shouldn't have been an issue. Let's try. Shouldn't matter. Somebody should still be on for the crew. I'm wondering why it like broke the curious. Maybe it'll be the end of our cursed save. Maybe we'll be starting a new one. Yeah, it will not even respond. As my boy Captain Nemo famously said back in the day when they ran the ship aground, she won't answer her helm. That is strange, and we didn't change anything with the crew schedule. That is weird. I think UBE is meant to be with a fresh game. Could be, although reading through the description, that was one of the first things I looked at, and I could be wrong, obviously, but I do believe it said that it can only cause, or should only cause, issues with a previous save if you didn't enable all of the like additive mods that are kind of lumped together with it. And I have them enabled, so, and actually in that patrol prior to like you guys jumping in stream, we were using some of those updated mods, whatever you'd like to say. Could be. We might have just broken it because of that. Might be better to just start fresh. Well, I'll be. Well, the old U48 might just be a career right there outside of port. I'll be darned. Yeah, it's not responsive. I wonder though, like just out of curiosity, let's see if we put an engineer on that. I don't think it's gonna matter, but or if it does, I mean, I can't have an engineer posted up there the entire time, kind of defeats the purpose, but just out of curiosity. The heck? Oh, it does change now. So it kind of goofed up the crew setting. Yeah, she's working. Interesting. So what has me curious is why in the hell didn't the crew let's try something here. I hate that it doesn't let you put in 2 digits. Or they have to click 3 times to... Could still be, like you said, starting the UBE in the middle of a save was probably not ideal or even the right thing to do, but that's interesting that just manually equipping somebody there seems to do it with no issue. Now what happens if we take him off? Let's see if we change or want to change course here. If that's going to allow us. Looks like it is. Yeah. Well, maybe we salvaged it. We salvaged the old cursed save file. It's never gonna go away. We'll test out our little experiment here, see if it can auto make those turns while we time compress. We will keep an eye on her though, so we don't run us into the beach. She's making the turns. Maybe just some little funky bug where me switching up, adding a new person into the rotation somehow kind of glitched the crew into not manning their stations properly, or as they had been. It's a friendly. Get us out of here. It's a group of friendlies. Now I'm going to be forever nervous, though, when we go to make a turn. You shouldn't have those 2 on you when you're off duty. That should be automatic. Relatively calm water, too. Thought of something fun we could do on stream too, and I don't think it violates any, like, what do we want to say? It might, I don't know if people can even do that. I was gonna say I'd love to like stream and watch 20,000 Leagues. That would be so much fun. Probably would cause copyright claims and whatnot. It'd be a disaster, I guess. But I feel like people do all those reaction videos and whatnot. I mean, how do they get away with that? Auto save. takes it longer to save when you equip that stuff. View, I wanted to make sure he grabs some spare parts and also rebreathers in case we get into a little bit of a sketchy situation. Depends if 20K Leagues is public domain. That's on Disney Plus, right? I wonder if they have party viewing. Good question. I don't know. I have not been on Disney Plus in a bit, so I should check that out. I actually forgot that somebody, I think one of you guys maybe told me that it's on Disney Plus. Didn't even think about that. That's not who I wanted. We want Mr. Keller. Not a fan of how it's not unassigning those sailors when they're off duty. Like, it used to do that pretty easily. That could easily fatigue them beyond what I'd like them to. What do we got here? Freighter in a Naval Square AN 614 Northern course, fast speed, can't intercept. Let's see. What did we say that was? Freighter and Naval Square 614, so that is the mark over here. I think. Let's see. He's heading at a fast speed. They need to be moving. Let's see what his default perk is there. Must crash. Have a good night. Thanks, Amanda. You too, sir. Have a good one. Appreciate you as always. We're gonna wrap her up here soon, I'm sure. It's tough. We're getting that on all our guys. 'Stop here and maybe have a listen, see what the situation is with this guy, and we'll go from there.
Hello.
73 meters, plenty of water. See if we can pick up this lone freighter. Like to start off the patrol with an easy one sunk. could be our guy. No way. 12 knots, he was able to outrun us like that? Oh my gosh. Well, that might be a lost cause. We're gonna see if we can at least get up beside him. If I have to, if he's not neutral, we're just gonna go with a deck gun. Won't be as fun as a torpedo, but we'll give our guy just a second here to make sure there's nobody else that is still below us. I find it hard to believe that 12 knots, that's cooking. Well, so much for good placement. Guess I gotta stay like way above or below where they're headed. Always zoomed in a little too close, trying to be too precise. All we can do at this point is try to get up by him, and like I said, either identify if it is hostile and just take him down. If not, we'll let's see. I'm definitely gonna have to retweak the cruise schedules. That's kind of frustrating that they're like not resetting. I had that so nice and smooth. Gosh, I don't think we're ever gonna find him. Not at night with cloud cover, I guess. Hello there. How did that not get reported to us? That looks hostile. So I think what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna keep going, try to get ahead of him a bit. C3 class. Oh boy. transport too. Let's didn't want to lose him, but how do we have a visual, but yet we can't? Oh boy. Thank God it's nighttime. He would have seen us by now, horsing around trying to maneuver properly.
Torpedo ausrichten.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're killing me. Let's see. Let's get you to our depth keeping. Let's have you start warming up some torpedoes. We're gonna do our best to get this guy figured up here. Freighter. It's not a destroyer. God, I can't figure out what the hell it actually is. I would say C3. That's it right there, just off the mast placement and the stack. Alright, velocity, let's do this. He should be cooking. Thank God for once we don't have waves just overwhelming the deck of the boat. Like, good lord. Any other time I've tried to do this, it's literally like monsoon level wind preventing us from seeing anything. Knots. He is indeed cooking. Alright, course is going to be a little different here. We're going to slow time a bit so I don't goof this up too much. Now we're going to bust out our math as best I can. .64 degrees. And that is, gotta make sure I get the right side. Angle on bow. 64 we said. And then distance. That's pretty darn close. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's warm up a second. We want to get 2 torpedoes on this puppy. That is a big boy. One is not going to do it unless we get very lucky. You can get some assistance. See how quickly he gets this maintenance done. The sooner the better, and we will see if we can launch and take this guy out. That is a big ship. I have not taken one of these out yet. I'm a little excited and nervous. Getting there on the maintenance, he's almost done. Right when he's about wrapped up, we'll start our flood tube 1. Let's set these.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 2 fertig.
Displacement.
Los!
Wow, that is a big boy. Can't get over that. Sucker's huge. He is cooking too. That might be tough. Any little slight error I had in my calculation could really screw this up royally. Couple good jams on the old trusty playlist. Could be a big one. Fingers and toes crossed.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg zum Ziel.
See what happens. Hopefully our little bit of patience paid off for the evening. It's a big one. That's almost 8,000 tons. That's a lot. One ship too by itself. I'd say 30 seconds. A little less.
40 Sekunden bis
It's
Torpedo-Einschlag.
close.
Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
20 seconds. Maybe a boom. Maybe duds. We don't know.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Come on, baby. Come on. Should have warmed up those other fish.
Treffer. Treffer.
Yes.
Schwere Schäden am Rumpf.
Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Smack dab right in the middle. Question is she taking on enough? Oh yeah, she's taking on water, 73 tons. I'm not sure if that's the proper unit of measurement. I don't know. That mod's got the UI a little funky. Oh yeah, I torpedoed that puppy. The question is, let's get a little closer to her here. Oh, tell me you're gonna go down. Tell me. I see some pretty substantial lean there on the old torpedo holes. The air conditioning we just installed for him. Oh yeah, you're a duster. He's transmitting on radio too. Let's speed up just a tad. You are going down, guys. I would get off that boat. Let's clean up our little calculations here. Proud of myself for that one. We kept it simple and got the job done. For once. And also didn't have horrific weather to contend with. I don't like that she's transmitting a message though. That seems like it could get a little sketch. that sucker's about to capsize there and roll over. I think too much water just filled that puppy up. She's gonna roll. That's all of our tonnage in one ship. Yeah, she's toast. Love how that goofy little bug in the AI, the guy's like mopping the floor. There's too much water. I cannot believe they've not abandoned ship yet. What are they doing? We really gonna have to get on the old deck gun and put a couple shells into her. And she's still transmitting radio signal. Engine's disabled, unit is crippled. No kidding. Buoyancy still too much, eh? Wow, she's really not going to go under. Yikes. So what we're going to do is speed up. I'm going to get up here, and we are going to do our best to sink this thing. Because I am not letting that go. Oops, that's not what I wanted. And Mr. Kurt Hoffman, you get on the old deck gun. Can't while the alarm's going, I guess. What the hell's up with that? What's going on with the old deck gun option? Strange. Thank you for the follow, Cyber King. Good to have you here. What is up with that? Definitely has been acting a little strange since the old UBE mod, but let's get you up here and see if I can go to the deck gun myself. Very strange. Is she really breaking up right now? No, she's just listed on her side. Required weapons operator. The heck is that? His title? So just changing him to gunner? No? What? You're kidding. You have got to be kidding. Required weapons operator. What? Oh boy. Well, here's what we're gonna do at the moment. Yeah, torpedo avoidance maneuvers, I'm sure. You are gonna warm that puppy up, and we're just going to slam a torpedo into him broadside again and make sure that this thing goes to the bottom. I am super irritated. Like, what the hell are you supposed to do with the deck gun if you can't even equip? So you have to have the perk on just to be able to use the gun. Whack! Not a good look, UBE. Come on. That's way worse than standard mode, which is at least a little more casual. Yikes. Literally just gonna do our best to slam it right into him.
Rohr 3, bewässern!
No, we do not want...
Rohr 3 bewässert.
That's what we want, right like that.
Los!
Hate to waste a third, well, it's not wasting a torpedo, but the fact that I can't use that deck gun just to polish it off that's irritating. Hopefully that'll polish him off. I hope it's not a dud. Let's go ahead and get that maintenance done. I sure hope that goes off.
Treffer.
Come on, put her
Schwere
under.
Schäden am Rumpf.
I mean, come on. Oh, they're finally leaving. Thank God. Get off of this thing, guys. Like, I think her number's up. I think we did her in. Let's go ahead and creep up. get close, scoop up the officers, and we will see if we can radio it in, because we want that extra credit there. We did our homework. Thing's got about to roll over. There's no way, unless all that trapped air because it's so big. At least we got them to abandon. That is going to be a kind of a difficult problem, though. The fact that is it rolling back the other way? No, it's going to go down bow heavy. Yeah. That's it. Cyber, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Zoom, gone. To the bottom with you. Auto save, gotta love it. Still a ways away from the lifeboats. I guess we do need to get our other torpedoes stocked just in case. Which you will be. Actually, you know what? Let's get Keller some experience here. Schneller. Four lifeboats, that's a lot of guys. Get some extra XP though. Any officers? No. Any officers? It's gonna be on the fourth one, I know it. I was wrong. Alright, that is it. Now we're headed back to our patrol area. Seeing what else we encounter along the way. That was a good find. Let's get the other torpedoes topped off. Sorry, you're back to work, sir. Sure our food is topped off, which it is not. Good lord. Already got that. Still have some sausage. check that. I would have forgotten.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Did you get those other torpedoes? I can't remember if we were on 3 or 4. Yeah, we need one more.
Kapitän.
Need one more out of you there, sir.
Bewegung.
Just one more.
Rohr 3 geladen.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Let's, there we go. Getting into the middle of the night here, I believe. In game and also IRL. That was a big ship. I've not seen one of those yet. That was my first one I've come across. Definitely figured 2 was like an absolute minimum. Obviously it took 3, although we could have probably done that without spending the 3rd torpedo if I'd been able to use the deck gun. But hey, lesson learned, I guess, with this mod. Oops. Convoy in Naval Square AN 526 pursuing 4 merchant ships distinguished western course AN 526. Is that where we're at here? 526. Heading west. Let's
Jawohl.
we're gonna head that way, but we won't fret over getting right to it because we'll probably be wrapping up the stream here shortly, so that'll give us a good point for next stream. Flask full. Oh boy. U-1164 reports having sighted a small group of merchant ships at coordinates grid AN 766. Observed course is north-northeast and approximate speed is 13 knots. Ooh. Available units should attempt to intercept AN 766. Excuse me. Oh yeah, we can't get to those guys. It's more worth going after the other group that was called in. It's much, much, much closer. Nice calm sea for once. Holy cow, somebody treasure this memory. We're gonna leave a little spot for ourselves just in case. Alright guys, I think we're gonna wrap her up there for the evening. It's just about my bedtime as far as I'm concerned, but I appreciate the 2 new follows there this evening, Cyber and Cyber King. Thank you both. Much appreciated. So we will catch up with you guys hopefully tomorrow. We'll see how the day goes. Weather's kind of up in the air here, so it's gonna be a 50-50 chance for me either way that I'll be around or not be able to, but we'll do our best. Within a day or so, we'll be here for sure. But thank you guys. We'll catch you later.